Good afternoon and welcome back to the Singapore National Stadium. It's the 5th day of the 8th ASEAN Para Games. We've got 2 more sessions left, and this afternoon we've got one of the biggest sessions in the whole 5-6 days of competition. We had a lot of 200-metre races this morning, not an awful lot of finals, but a certain amount of shift, and this is what we've got scheduled for this afternoon. In the field events, we've got the men's shot put for the wheelchair athletes. We've got the men's discus, and that will feature 1 or 2 interesting characters. Pichai Bunsri from Thailand, notably. The women's discus is also on at the same time as the men's discus. The first high jump that we've seen in the competition, the men's high jump in F42-44, and then the next 3 categories, 44, 5, 6 and 7. And then we get to the track as well. That starts at 3:15, men's 200 metres T11. That should be a very competitive race. That's followed up by a whole series of 200-metre races, all of them finals. And it's the men's all the way, T45-6, T47, T12, T37, and finally T53. Then we get the ladies in, the women's 400 metres T11. That will take place at 5 o'clock. And once we've finally got the women in action, we have a little bit more. We have 2 women's 400 metres for T12 and T54. And then the final race of the day, the men's 1500. Oh, there we are again. It's come back up. So to do it a bit slower, the 2 women's 400 metres T12 and T53-54, they're for wheelchair athletes, the latter group. And then finally, the men's 1500 metres for T12, which should be a very interesting race indeed. So we're going to be taking a look at the men's discus, and there are some very interesting characters in this category.
F12 is for field athletes with a visual impairment. Their vision has a maximum radius of 5 degrees and or the ability to recognise a moving object at a distance of 1 metre.
So we have 7 competitors going in the discus. We've seen all of them apart from one. Evaristo Carbonell from the Philippines, we haven't seen previously, but Anand Wongnyen from Thailand, we saw him in the shot, he took the bronze there. Mohamed Firdaus Natiman of Malaysia, he took the silver in the shot. Ahmad Zabidi, we saw in both the javelin and the shot, he got a 5th and a 4th respectively. And then Pichai Bunsri from Thailand, he of the long flowing hair, well, he took the gold in the shot and the bronze in the javelin, and I fancy he will go in as the favourite for the discus. Next we have Haji Mataha Awang, and he's been in action in the javelin and the shot. He took 6th place in both of those competitions. And last but by no means least, Kampo Rungsarukul. He finished 5th in the shot put and didn't take part in the javelin. So quite a lot of these took part in the shot, not the javelin.
F44 is for field athletes with a moderate impairment in one or both legs, or the loss of limbs. These athletes have to adjust for asymmetric balance in the run-up for javelin and across the throwing circle in shot and discus.
So the different category for the ladies, also throwing the discus at the same time, not actually at the same time, but during the same period of time. And we've got 6 competitors there, all of whom took part in the shot. So we've got Sempol from Myanmar, we've got Wanaladi from Thailand, we've got Voti Tu Tuan from Vietnam, we've got Wamio Mato Samidi from Indonesia, Doraya Paulus, who took the gold in the shot, from Malaysia, and finally we've got Tranti Tui Hang, who took 6th place in the shot. The silver medalist from the shot was Wanaladi from Thailand, and that's actually the first of the ladies who's going to throw. That's Sempol from Myanmar. She took the bronze in the shot. And we generally find that shot putters can throw the discus and discus throwers can put the shot. As you can see, she's well made. Obviously been working hard in the weights room. The shot put very much about bulk and brute strength. The discus is a much more technical event. Combines those qualities of speed, ability to rotate the trunk, and of course the discipline in the delivery. Technically very demanding, and for my money I have to say a very attractive event to watch. Looking at 302, Kampol from Thailand, finished 5th in the shot. Fairly young by discus throwing standards, 24 years of age. Tend to see the throwers, particularly the discus and the shot putters, really coming into their prime in their 30s. They need a bit of experience. So this is actually, the men's discus is a combination of F11 and F12. F12 is for athletes who have a little more vision than the F11 category. 341 there. Tran Thi Toi Hang from Vietnam, 6th in the shot. Trying to compose herself. It's going to be a long afternoon for both the men and the girls, but they'll be impatient to get started. You want to get your first throw done, get things moving.
And ladies and gentlemen, our next two field events for this afternoon's session, the men's discus throw F11 and 12, and the women's discus throw F42 and 44 finals.
So as we're waiting for the men's and the women's discus to get underway, we've also got high jump this afternoon. Now, we haven't seen any high jump previously. 2 men's competitions, F42-44 and F45-6-7 combined. There are only 2 competitors in that latter event, and there are only 4 competitors in the former. Obviously, high jump is technically very demanding for an awful lot of these athletes. So a very small field for the high jump. Interesting morning in the overall standings. Great morning for Malaysia again. They're now joint with Indonesia at the top of the league for medals, both of them on 23 gold medals. Thailand 18, Vietnam 12, Philippines 4, Myanmar moved up to 3 with Cho Cho wins gold this morning, and Brunei doubled their total to get to 2 gold, Cambodia 1. So we're just about to get started. Same Paul. Whoa, that's a little bit scary. Kampol being escorted out of the circle. Pho Thi Tu Tuan, the second of the Vietnamese throwers. She finished 4th. We're expecting the medals to be shared between the Burmese Saint Paul, the Thai Wanaladi, and also Daraya Poulos of Malaysia. There you can see the distinctive figure of Pichai Bunsri with the long black hair and the glasses. Real character, we like him. Already got a gold and a bronze. Wants to add his name to the list of the multiple medalists. I've got that list here at the moment. At the moment we have 4 track and field athletes with 3 gold medals to their name. From Malaysia, we have Felicia Mikat in the women's 100, 200 and 400, T13. We've got Nanda Shalila from Indonesia with the same array of events for T45, 6 and 7. We've got Setio Budihartanto from Indonesia with 100 metres, triple jump and long jump in category 47. And this morning he added his name to that list, and that was Hari Das of Malaysia, winning the 100, 200 and 400 in the T38 category. So congratulations to those 4 athletes. 3 gold medals to their name. Marvellous performance. Pichai Bunsri, that substantial figure on the left of your screen at the moment, 299, 104. Haji Mataha Awang. Over to the ladies, they're all waiting to be introduced. Not to one another, of course, they're very familiar with one another. A formal introduction to the crowd by the stadium announcer any minute now. If you've been with us for the wheelchair discus events, you will have seen that the athletes are put in position and then they take all 6 of their throws. But obviously for these categories of athlete, they can go in and out of the circle fairly readily. So it's the conventional sequence that everybody takes their first throw, then the second round they take the second, and so on.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Men's discus throw F11, F12 final. Here are your athletes. From Thailand, Arnon Wongnon.
Bronze in the shot.
Muhammad Firdaus Ngatiman.
Silver in the shot.
From the Philippines, Evaristo Carbonell.
This is our first look at him from the Philippines, Evaristo Carbonell.
Representing Malaysia, Ahmad Zabidi Mustafa.
4th in the shot, 5th in the javelin.
From Thailand, Pichai Bunsri.
There he is, Pichai Bunsri, gold in the shot, bronze in the javelin.
From Brunei, Awang Haji Mataha.
Awang Haji Mataha from Brunei, 6th in both javelin and the shot.
And from Thailand, Kampol Rumsirikul.
I'm going to go with Kampol there.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are
5th
the
in the
finalists
shot.
for the men's F11 and 12 discus throw. And now the women's F42 and 44 discus throw finalists. From Myanmar, Sain Fort.
Same port from Myanmar, bronze in the shot. Wana Ladi, silver medal in the shot, and a delightful lady.
Vo Ti Tu Tuan.
For T2 Tuan, 4th in the shot, disappointed not to get a medal.
From Indonesia, Warmia Marto Samadi.
Warmia Marto Samadi, 5th in the shot.
From Malaysia, Daraya Paulus.
Daraya Paulus, well, she's very slim compared with the other competitors, but the gold medalist in the shot. Tran Thi Tui Han, 6th place in the shot. So all of those girls competed in the shot. Oldest of the ladies is Wamia Marto Samidi from Indonesia. She's 37 years of age, and the youngest of the female competitors is Tranti Tui Hung, and she's 24, so she's not that young. For the men, well, we do have a veteran, Ahmad Zabidi Mustafa from Malaysia, 51 years of age. The youngest competitor over there is Mohammed Firdaus Natiman from Malaysia, also just 22. So Anan Wongnoen just about to get the discus competition started. Now he's a T11 category or F11 category athlete, which means that although he may have a little vision, normally he has to wear that mask to ensure that he's got no vision whatsoever. Now the problem of course is which direction do you throw the discus? It's quite a relatively narrow angle that he's got to get that discus out at to make sure it clears the net. Here he goes. Anan Wongnoen. Well, he got the direction just right, and that's a nice throw. That must be around the 27-metre mark, maybe 26. So I would think somewhere between 26, 27 metres. And of course they do have to be careful how they come out of the circle afterwards. If you step out the front, then you fail, and he nearly put his foot down. There we go, 26.15. That's a nice throw to start with. Second competitor, now this is the young man, Mohammed Firdaus Natiman. Much bigger build, and the height and the long arms are a big advantage. We tend to refer to those as long levers for very obvious reasons. The longer the lever, then the more momentum that you can build if he gets the technique right. Good scream, didn't actually get the technique right at all. You could see that the discus went in a very awkward style, and all the wind resistance is bad there, and he drops shy of the 20-metre mark. Now he's holding the discus a little bit too vertically before he released it. Need to get that angle of delivery just right. 18.84. That certainly won't be in among the medals. Evaristo Carbonell from the Philippines. Philippines with 4 gold medals, and I saw that they were praised for the generosity of the government's support of Philippine athletes who do well in this event. Being praised by Gerald Peat, the wheelchair athlete who got his second gold medal yesterday. Well, it was an ugly delivery, but it got out there, it worked for him. Must be up at around the 23-metre mark. That's a very ugly shape, and obviously that's not very aerodynamic at all, but very good strength. Looking at 23 plus, 23.22. Here we are, the veteran, Ahmad Zabidi Mustafa. 4th in the shot, 5th in the javelin. 51 years of age. But we've got one of the female athletes, 51 years of age. She's got 2 golds and a bronze. That's Huyen Thi Toi from Vietnam, so age is no object. Let's see what his technique's like. Strong man, all about the technique. Doesn't look like he's going to get a lot of rotation in this. Oh, he's going spinning across the circle, but again, the discus too upright. By rotating, of course, you get much more pace, much more momentum. But you can see it's almost vertical, the discus, so all of the wind resistance is against it. If it's edge forward, then it goes through the air that much more smoothly. And 2062, well, that's not, again, going to put him among the medals, that's for sure. But it's early days. Now, let's see what this fella's got. Pichai Bunsri. I'm not sure, I haven't actually seen him throw the discus before, but from what I've seen of this fella, I'm expecting something good. Magnificent physique. Looks like he's going to rotate. Yes, he does. Well, it's a bit flat, but wow, he gets it out there. 32, 33 metres, and that's by far the biggest throw we've seen so far. And looking at his basic physical makeup, and there we see the discus spinning and the edge leading, and therefore being that much more aerodynamic. I think this fella's got a lot more in his locker. 32.68. So a lot of pressure now, always difficult following the outstanding thrower, and a lefty to boot. Awang Haji. Just stands there and throws it, but actually he's got good strength. Really doesn't use much rotation, so it's just shoulder and arm, and that's going to be 22 towards 23 metres. .22.05. So we have one more thrower to go, Kampol. In his warm-up he looked a bit erratic. I rather fancy that he hasn't got enough to cause a problem for his teammate, Pichai Bunsri. So it looks like Pichai Bunsri will go into the lead after the first round, with that huge throw of 32.68 metres. The last of the male athletes. We see he's going to rotate. No. And now that's going to be borderline out of bounds. Yep, it's just out of bounds. Took out the 20-metre marker. The discus has to land between those two yellow lines leading out from the circle. Same port from Myanmar, bronze in the shot. Looks as if she's well made for the discus, actually. Moving nicely in the circle, and that's a pretty good effort. That's over 20 metres. Oh, that looks a good throw to me. 20 plus, 20 and some centimetres. Nice delivery, good strength, good effort. 20.40. Now, Wanaladi, I'd suggest she's a little bit better suited to the shot than to the discus. Took the silver medal in the shot. But the Thai's technically very good at the discus usually. Oh, that's good. And she's pretty happy with that one. That'll be out there beyond the 22-metre mark. .22.42. So now we have the two female throwers who are less likely to be in contention for the medals. First one, Vo Thi Tu Tuan from Vietnam. Oh, but that's not a bad effort at all. That's beyond the 20-metre mark. And he's going to be out there somewhere around where Wanaladi is. Could have a very close competition. I have to say the officials are doing a very good job getting the measurements done quickly. Well, we've got the name as Wamia Marto Samidi from Indonesia. She's the fourth of the girls to throw. Will she get beyond the 20-metre mark? And she will, and that's all of the four girls beyond the 20-metre mark so far. Nice and long, keeps the arms straight. Don't think it's quite going to be big enough for the lead. No, 21.05. Well, now this is the lady that I've been looking forward to seeing in the circle. Very impressed with her in the shot put. Not huge by any stretch of the imagination, not a big built lady, but technically very good. And you can see nice long swing of the arm, and look at that. Oh, she got it stalled a little bit. I fancy she may just be in the lead there, around the 23-metre mark. Discus gets just a little bit too vertical. There you go. Once it's vertical, it stops slicing through the air. 21.97, but disappointing there. Tranti Toi Hang is the last of the ladies to throw. And we've seen this is going to be very close indeed. And she's got a good throw out there as well. Well, I think all six girls are in serious contention for this discus title. Everyone was above 20 metres. Nobody beyond 23, I don't think. This one might just be out there. No, that's not 23, is it? Yes, she's happy. It must be about the 22 mark, 22.35. Well, this is shaping up as a very close contest for the ladies. And for the gentlemen, well, I think they're all chasing Pichai Bunsri. And their attention will very shortly be diverted to the running track as we've got the men's 200 metres T11 final.
T11 is for track athletes with a near total visual impairment. Some can make out an object at 25 centimetres, but all compete in blacked out glasses with a sighted guide.
Well, this isn't a straight final here. There were heats to get to this stage, and the inside lane, lane 1, is Supachai Songpanit. Lane 3, Kitsana Chorchoi, both from Thailand. In lane 5, Sunoto from Indonesia, and Huyn Nok Yap from Vietnam in lane 7. Each of the runners will have a guide alongside them. That's why they have a lane in between each of them. And these guys had to work hard to get to the final. We're looking at Supachai Songpanit. He ran 24.01 in the heats. And the game's record is 24.00. So we're confidently expecting the game's record to be broken today. Supachai Songpinit 24.01 in winning his heat. And in lane 3 we've got Kitsana Jorchoi. Now he ran 24.8 in his heat, but he won that heat to qualify for the final. And he's actually the holder of the game's record at 24 flat. He ran that back in 2009 in KL. So the two ties in lane 1 and 3, well, they each won their heat. Then in lane 5 we've got Sonoto. Now Sonoto qualified as the fastest runner-up. He ran 24.91 in the heat that was won by Supachai Songpinit. And on the outside in lane 7, Win Nok Kiep, who won his heat, which was the third heat, and he ran 25.06. So his heat was by far the slowest of the three. And in fact, you've got to feel a little bit sorry for Abdul Halim of Indonesia. He ran 24.98 and finished second in his heat, but actually didn't get a place in the final because Win Nok Kiep won his heat, and each of the heat winners automatically qualified, and then the fastest loser went through. So Abdul Halim was the fourth fastest runner, but still didn't make it to the final.
T11. The athletes are going to be accompanied by their guides in lanes 2, 4, 6, and 8, and the guides are seen in the yellow bibs.
Distinctive voice of Brian Richmond in the stadium.
In lane 1, number 296. He is the 2010 Asian Para Games silver medalist. From Thailand, Supachai Songpinit.
Supachai Songpinit, gold medalist in the 400 metres in the new Asian record.
Number 294. He is the record holder with a time of 24 seconds, established in 2009. From Thailand, Kitsana Jorchoi.
Kitsana Jorchoi, silver medal in the 100 metres and the games record
In
holder.
lane 5, number 151. He is the third fastest 100-meter sprinter this year. Ladies and gentlemen, from Indonesia, Sunoto.
Bronze medal in the 100 metres, silver medal in the 400 metres. Can he go one better in this event?
And finally, in lane 7, number 346. He is, in fact, a long jump specialist. He was third in Asia this year. Ladies and gentlemen, from Vietnam, Nguyen Ngoc Kiep.
Win Nok Kiep from Vietnam took the bronze in the 400 metres, so he's got good speed across the ground, but I think he might struggle in this company.
Finalists for the men's 200 meters T11.
So the first track event of the afternoon, and we've got plenty of 200 metres, 400 metres, and finish with a 1,500. Big race between the two ties on the inside, and Sonoto from Indonesia can give them a run for their money as well. But all eyes on the lane 1, Supachai Songpinit. Can he dip below 24 seconds? Although they're teammates, the two ties will put that friendship aside as they battle for the gold medal. Should be between lanes 1 and 3. And they're away, and I think in lane 2 Kitsana Jorchoi got the better start. He's closing the gap on Sonoto, and Supachai Songpinit now getting into his running. Oh my word, what a quick bend he ran, and Supachai Songpinit is running away with it. A magnificent run. He's definitely going to break the game's record. And out in lane 3, Sonoto coming in to lane 5. It's a gold for Thailand. I think that Kitsana Jorchoi just hung on for silver. Sonoto so close, taking the bronze, and Win Nok Kiep having to settle for 4th place. What a run from Supachai Songpinit. Well, it was in lane 3, Kitsana Jorchoi, who got the best start. But suddenly that last 20 metres before the curve, or before the end of the curve as the straight, and Supachai, well, he just went into another gear. And he is such an accomplished athlete. Asian record at 400 metres. And he's gone through the games record for that one. Gold and silver for the ties, a bronze for Indonesia. Well, that's got the afternoon off to a great start. Top quality sprinting. Plug for the guide. We've seen a couple of situations in this competition where guides have caused problems for the runners. Of course, there was a disqualification in one race where the guide crossed the line before the runner. That's not allowed. There was that awful moment yesterday when the guide full started and the runner was then out of the race. That was heartbreaking. So there has to be a considerable level of trust between athlete and guide. Certainly seems to have been achieved by Supachai Songpinit and his guide. Well, that's the first of the track events, but they're coming thick and fast. Having looked at the T11 athletes, we move up to T45, T46. Once again, it's the men over 200 metres.
T46 is for runners with a moderate or high degree of impairment in one or both arms, or the loss of limbs. These athletes generate drive almost exclusively using the legs with reduced counterbalance from the arms.
So we've got a field of 6 athletes. Tepitak in lane 2 from Thailand. Chorvin Chun, or Chun Chorvin as I should say, from Cambodia in lane 3. Mayan Min from Vietnam in lane 4. Chok Chanta from Cambodia lane 5. Pong Din Tu from Vietnam in lane 6. And on the outside, Ahmad Solihim in lane 7 from Malaysia. Well, I don't know if you can see that on the screen at the top of your screen at the moment, but we've just seen, I think it's the Philippine high jumper, and he hops to the high jump, and he jumps from that hopping position. It's one of the most remarkable things that you can see on an athletics track. It really is outstanding. I'm pretty sure it's Andy Avayana. I hope we can get a chance to show you that a bit later on. We also saw him in the long jump. It's truly remarkable to watch what he does. Puts the crutch down, hops down the runway, and does the high jump. Remarkable. But at the moment we're looking at the 200 metres. So we're focusing on athlete number 314, the very, very slim figure of Tepitak from Thailand. We saw him in the 400 metres where he finished 5th. Lane 5 is one of the Cambodians, Chok Chanta. He went in the 100 metres and finished 6th. Competitor 126, Chun Chorvin from Cambodia. He went in the 100 and the 400 metres, 5th in the first, 6th in the second.
We will see the men's 200 meters final for T45-46.
Given that running is so much about rhythm and symmetry, Having one arm missing is it makes it very difficult. The arms used to counterbalance the legs, but the way that these guys accommodate it is remarkable, and the times that they put in are extraordinary.
And it is a successful attempt for Sultan of Myanmar.
That was Mai An Min from Vietnam that we were looking at sitting on his box.
The competitors for the men's
Pung Din 2 in lane 6 is probably the favourite for this race.
In lane 2, number 314, representing Thailand, Tepitak Muang Prato.
The waif-like figure of Tepitak from Thailand.
Number 126, from Cambodia, Chun Chovin.
Chun Chovin, 31 years of age now, oldest man in the field.
Number 360, from Vietnam, Mai An Min.
Mai An Min, fourth in the 100 metres, fifth in the long jump.
In lane 5, number 120, also from Cambodia, Chok Chamtara.
Also 31 years of age, like his compatriot Chun Chovin in lane 3.
In lane 6, number 361, representing Vietnam, Pung Din 2.
Pung Din 2, gold medalist in the 100 metres, silver medalist in the 400, and surely favourite for this race.
Number 225, from Malaysia, Muhammad Noor Ahmad Solihim.
Ahmad Solihim, Malaysia's only competitor in this race, took the silver in the 100 metres.
200 meters.
May have to give second best to the man just on the track inside him. So men's 200 metres, T45-46 category. Oh, it's a quick start from Pung Din 2. He's already making up ground on the man on the outside, and the other Vietnamese going well. Mai An Min is going well in the middle, but there's no doubt Pung Din 2's going away, and Ahmad Solihim is coming back at him. Now it's going to be a good scrap all the way down. Pung Din 2 is just strong enough. Ahmad Solihim can't get back at him. Pung Din 2 to take gold. Ahmad Solihim second, and Mai An Min of Vietnam takes bronze. Hugs between the two Vietnamese, and look at the time there, 23:69. Doesn't use a crouch start, and in fact outside of him Ahmad Solihim did use a crouch start and seemed to stumble. Now there's not much between them here, maybe half a metre for the Vietnamese, but he's taller, he's got higher knee lift, longer stride, and it takes him through the tape. It's a wonderful run. Mai An Min taking bronze, and Tepitak in fourth position. Well, always an aesthetically pleasing event, the 200 metres. The curve seems to have a kind of slingshot effect on the athletes. They come off the curve and accelerate, or they come off the curve and are struggling. So this is confirmation of that earlier result, and well, the games record absolutely smashed by Supachai Songpinit, 23:74. He's taken a quarter of a second off the record. Sonoto in second place, 24:47, and Kitsana Jorchoy the same time, and he's awarded third position. Now, I had them the other way round, but obviously on the photo finish, they've decided that the Indonesian Sunoto just about got ahead. Kitsana Jorchoi having to settle for bronze. Terrific run from Supachai Songpinit. His second games record of these games. Set the record in the 400 metres, which is also the Asian record. Asian record for 200 metres is 23:22, held by Shang Baolong of China, which was set at the Para Games in London back in 2012, and what a memorable event they were. So we've had two excellent 200-metre races. This is the photo finish, and remember, it's the torso that counts. Rather them than me. The adjudicator's always reluctant to give the dead heat. Just in the background on the screen again, the crowd favourite, Andy Avayena. They absolutely love it when he jumps. The girls getting a little bit of a boogie thing going there, dancing along to the music. Uh-oh, just spotted that they were on the screen at the time. So the 200 metres are coming thick and fast. T47 final coming up next.
T47 is for athletes with a low to moderate impairment in one arm or the loss of limbs. They adjust for asymmetric upper body balance.
Well, here are the runners for the third 200 metres of the afternoon. We've got 7 runners on that list there. I think we might have Mohamed Farizan Jasnal in lane 9 as well. So we've got Cheche Sareng from Cambodia going in lane 1, Chaiwat Sirimonkol from Thailand in lane 2, Lukai Samphas from Cambodia in 3, Arman Dino from the Philippines in lane 4, Martin Losu of Indonesia in lane 5, Yami Sutat from Thailand in lane 7, Ahmad Zain of Indonesia in lane 8, Mohamed Farizan Jasnal, confirmed there, is out in lane 9. Lane 6 not being used for this final. Now, we've seen all of these athletes in action previously. All of them were in the 100 metres, and 5 of them were in the 400 metres. So who are the form runners? Well, from the 100 metres, the silver medalist was Martin Losu, and he went one better than that in the 400 metres by taking gold. But we're looking at Dino Arman from the Philippines there, and he took bronze in both the 100 and the 400 metres. Sutat Yami of Thailand took the silver in the 400 metres. This race tends to favour the 100 metre specialists rather than the 400. So I think Martin Losu of Indonesia must be going in as the favourite. Look out for him in lane 5. But I'd expect good competition from Sutat Yami and also from Almandino. This is a very gritty competitor indeed. Sutat Yami really does scrap all the way home. I'll leave it to my old friend Brian Richmond to introduce the runners for the T47 200 metres final. That's the most serious group of spectators that we've seen, and well, I've got a strong suspicion, I couldn't see it on the screen there, but I have a feeling that's Andy Avellana. The crowd all desperate for the Filipino to do well in the high jump.
In lane 1, competitor number 121 from Cambodia, Chia Sareng. In lane 2, number 316 from Thailand, Chaiwat Srimongkol.
Chaiwat Srimongkol, 4th in the 100 metres.
In lane 3, number 129 from Cambodia, Uk Sampos.
Uk Sampos, 7th in the 100 metres, 6th in the 400.
In lane 4, number 254, representing the Philippines, Dino Aman.
Dino Aman, bronze in the 100, bronze in the 400.
In lane 5, number 175. He is the 4th fastest man over 100 meters in Asia this year. From Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, Losu Martin.
Well, there we are, Martin Losu from Indonesia. Silver in the 100, 400 gold.
7, number 317. From Thailand, Sutat Yami.
Sutat Yami, 6th in the 100, silver in the 400. A very gritty competitor.
And in lane 8, number 176, from Indonesia, Zain Ahmad.
5th in the 100, 5th in the 400.
The competitors for the final of the men's 200 meters for T47.
And it looks like Mohamed Farisan has withdrawn at the last minute. So lane 9 not in use. Looking at lanes 4 and 5 and 7 as the likely medalists. Martin Losu must be the favourite. Martin Losu out of the blocks well. Outside him, Sutat Yami going well as well, but Martin Losu's making up the stagger. He's in first place at the moment. Amandino's on the inside, and Sutat Yami is going well. So the 3 form athletes going well, but Sutat Yami going backwards. It's going to be Martin Losu who's coming away with the gold. It's going to be Amandino in second, and, well, who knows who got third. It might have been Ahmad Zain, just got up on the line. 22.96, what a run. And he's full of it, isn't he? Compare that with how 400-metre runners finish. He got a good start. It was a nice clean break from all the athletes. But off the curve, that great leg drive. Look at the arms working so hard, keeping the balance as good as possible. And then there's a string of 4 athletes across the middle. Difficult to judge who got the bronze. I think Dino Arman, or Armandino. Yep, he gets the silver, and it was indeed Ahmad Zain on the outside who just got up for third. Well, he's happy with his time, 22.96, and why wouldn't he be? Well, Suta Yami there gave his all and rather lost his balance towards the end of the race. But there's no question Martin Lossu didn't lose his balance at all. This is confirmation of the previous final. This was won by Pong Din Tu. We had him at 23.69. That's been rounded up to 72. It's still a terrific run. Second place, Ahmad Solihim, and third place, the other Vietnamese runner, Mai An Min. So an excellent race between the top two. We've got 3 200 metres down, one more to go in this session. That will see us staying with the men, but moving down to the visually impaired, and that's classification T12.
T12 is for athletes with a visual impairment. Their vision is constricted to a radius of less than 5 degrees and or the ability to recognise a moving object at a distance of 1 metre.
So we're looking at the T12 category. And we've got Ganjar Jatnika of Indonesia in lane 1, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. I'd had him down for lane 3. Mohammed Ali Hanifa is going in lane 3. In lane 5 we've got Mohammed Faisal Aidil and Chaya Somdek going in lane 7. Well, there is Ali Hanafia going in lane 3, the distinctive hairstyle, and we can expect him to do the Usain Bolt arrow firing signal before the race rather. And he looked very good this morning. Well, that's Hajong Tarihoran from Indonesia, so I think there's been, no it's not, sorry, that's Ganjar Jatnika. My apologies, Ganjar Jatnika of Indonesia, 33 years of age, 4th in the 200 metres. Out in lane 7 there, Chaya Somdek from Thailand. He's doing the last hamstring stretches. Can't imagine that his hamstrings need to do any more stretching at this late juncture. Always the weakest part of an athlete's anatomy. And now this is a real talent. Mohammed Faisal Aidil. Gold medal in the 100 metres. And surely red-hot favourite for the gold medal here. Likely to be between the two Malaysian athletes. But I just think Mohammed Faisal Aidil just too strong. Now for the T12 category, the athletes have the option. They can go with a guide or they can go without a guide. Obviously it's a little bit easier to run without the guide, but if your vision is very, very impaired, then it may be safer to have a guide alongside. And we can see Ganja Jatnika of Indonesia is going to be running with a guide. Quite often in these races the guide tails off after about the 100-meter mark, sort of gets the guy around the bend. Once they get to the straight, well, you're on your own from there on in. The other three runners, no guides involved.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is the men's 200 meters for T12. Let's meet the athletes. In lane 1, 154, Tarihoran Harjono from Indonesia.
Well, Brian's been given the same information as me. Actually, Harjong Tarihoran was supposed to be running there. That's why I was a bit surprised. It's Ganja Jatnika, actually.
153.
I'm afraid Brian's got the wrong information in the stadium there. That's actually competitor number 200, Ali Hanafia of Malaysia.
We will do the lineup once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, that's
there
good.
have been some corrections. Looking at lane 1. In lane 1, we have number 153, representing Indonesia, Jatnika Ganja. In lane 3, competitor number 200, from Malaysia, Muhammad Ali Hanafia.
Well, Muhammad Ali Hanafia,
In lane
I think he
5,
may have to settle for silver.
number 199, also from Malaysia, Muhammad Faisal Aidil.
Mohammed Faisal Aidil, pre-race favourite, gold
And in
medalist in the
lane
100
7.
metres.
Number 300, from Thailand, Somdek Chaya. The men's 200 meters T12 final.
Well, I'll be very surprised if the race isn't between the gentlemen in lanes 3 and 5. Actually, sorry, between lanes 2 and 3. No, it is 3 and 5. They are running with a lane in between to accommodate the guide, who's going with Ganja Jatnika. So lane 3, Muhammad Ali Hanafia. Lane 5, Muhammad Faisal Aidil. Both from Malaysia. Should be a 1-2 for Malaysia in this final. 200 metres T12 men's final. Well, the starter not happy about something, so he gets them to stand up, start all over again. Won't be a big problem for these guys. Muhammad Faisal Aidil, just 20 years of age. But what a talent, very, very strong. Gold medalist from the 100 metres up against the bronze medalist from the 100 metres. That's Muhammad Ali Hanafia. Who also took silver in the long jump. They're away, and Muhammad Ali Hanafia's got off to a really good start. He's pulled a little bit back on Muhammad Faisal Aidil. At the moment, it's Muhammad Hanafia who's in the lead. Can he hang on to it? And they're 3 all abreast, and it's Hanafia who's going away. Muhammad Hanafia is going to win this one. If he can just hang on, it's going to be Malaysia 1-2, and on the outside, Chaya Somdek, who had a great run and just about failed to get up. 23-28. Well, after seeing this young man in the 100-metre heats, I thought he was favourite for the 100. A little bit disappointed with his performance there when he took the bronze, but in the 200, got a great start. Very important to get a good start. But at this stage it was anyone's race, and I didn't really talk about him, but Chaya Somdek from Thailand with a good run on the outside. And look at them, 3 abreast at this stage. But Mohammed Ali Hanafia getting up for gold. Mohammed Faisal Aidil taking silver. And Chaya Somdek, or Somdek Chaya I should say, having to settle for the bronze. Well, that's 4 successive 200-metre finals, and they've all been superb races. Quick times, good athletics. Well, this was the previous race. This was Martin Losu of Indonesia, who ran 22.98. Armandino from the Philippines taking silver in a very creditable 23.83. And Ahmad Zain, well, he was just into third place, 23.98. Chaiwat Srimko doing well from Thailand. Yami Sutat, who just lost his footing towards the end. Uk Samphas from Cambodia in 6th. And Chercha Sareng, also of Cambodia, in lane 7. Mohammed Farizan Jasnal, DNS, did not start. So another gold medal for Indonesia there, but subsequent race saw Malaysia get a 1-2. Malaysia having very good games. They are absolutely neck and neck with Indonesia at the top of the gold medal winners board for the track and field. You've been keeping an eye on the overall medal tally for the whole competition. You will probably have noticed that so far about a third of the medals have been given in track and field, and another third have gone to swimming, so the remaining third have been shared across all of the other sports. Now, in some cases that's because the other sports are playing towards a final, but it's also because of all the classifications. We get so many medals being allocated to the track events and also for the field event, for the swimming events. To illustrate that point, for example, for the women, there are 7 different categories for the 100 metres. So whereas in conventional games you'd have 1 gold medal for the women's 100 metres, in this event we have 7, and there are even more for the men. So a lot of medals to be given out, and it's a new games record, 23:32, blisteringly quick.
We are covering the live updates after 3 rounds, and for me I was covering the men's.
Mohammed Faisal Aidil, 23:47, just getting home ahead of Chaya Somdek in 23:50. And Ganja Jatnika, who ran with a guide, a decent time, 25:32, but blown away by the other 3 guys. Only 0.18 of a second splitting first and third. A tremendously close and tense race. Well, this was the photo finish from that T12 final, and you can see quite clearly that the decision was easier to make. Mohammed Faisal Aidil clearly getting up for the silver, and Chaya Somdek running 23.5. That's inside the old games record. So all three of the first three finishers went inside the games record. And despite going inside the old record, Chaya Somdek had to settle for the bronze medal. I have to say the future of Malaysian sprinting looks very good indeed. Muhammad Ali Hanafia, 21 years of age. Mohammed Faisal Aidil, 20 years of age. These boys are going to be around for a long time, and they will have a fearsome relay. Well, having completed that little burst of track athletics, we focus back on the shot put. We're in round 5 now. Try and give you an update on how things stand. Certainly for the ladies, very competitive. It's a no throw. So the first of the victory ceremonies for the afternoon.
Please welcome your medalists. Medals will be presented by Dr. Ang Chen Koo, Chef de Mission, Malaysia. Bronze medalist representing Myanmar, Tet Ai.
Tet Ai, multi-medalist already.
Silver medalist representing Vietnam, Ngo Thi Lan Tan.
Shy smile there Noti Lantan. At a best throw of 5 meters 31. She's got that in the final round.
Gold medalist and 8th ASEAN Para Games champion representing Thailand, Phongphet Chaitongrat.
Phongphet Chaitongrat, 5 meters 45. Threw that in the second round. Didn't actually get close to that again, but didn't need to. Won by a fairly narrow margin, just 14 centimeters. Well, she's pretty pleased with that, and why not?
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Thailand. Presenting your medalists for the women's shot put F55.
Nice big smile. Fouled on her last 2 throws, but by that stage she'd done the work that was necessary. Obviously, if you've been watching the shot put for the wheelchair athletes, they get strapped into position, take all 6 pots sequentially. So not the usual scenario. That was the put. Of course, such a disadvantaged position to try and put the shot from a seated position. Amazing. The familiar characters who support the Thai team. Well, all of the competitors come along and they watch their teammates, or they listen to them. Very much a family affair. I had the pleasure of flying down from Yangon last week with the Burmese team, and it was like a huge family coming on board. They were all helping each other. They were all chattering away, all impeccably behaved. And they're having a good competition. They're on 3 golds now. Cho Win getting them their 3rd gold. They'll be very pleased about that, or 3rd gold in the track and field, I should say. So we have a couple of victory ceremonies, all being well. Just breaking up the track events. We've still got the men's T37 and the T53 finals to come. Well, this is going to be the next of the prize presentations, the victory ceremonies. And Abdul Latif Romli, that's a new games record, but it's also an Asian record, 7 meters 43. And delight for Singapore, Suhairi Suhani taking silver medal. Singapore had 3 competitors in this event. They had Mohammed Azmi finish 9th, Mohammed Farahin finishing 10th, but Suhairi Suhani, silver medalist with a jump of 6 meters 66 centimeters.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the men's long jump F20. Please welcome the medalists. Medals will be presented by Dr. Ang Kian Koo, Chef de Mission, Malaysia.
Well, we've seen a number of athletes who are actually among the top in the whole of Asia, not just in Southeast Asia. And this fella is certainly one of them, Abdul Latif Romli.
Fadli Amrullah.
Bronze medal went to Fadli Amrullah with a jump of 6 meters 65 centimeters. Please make a note of the distance. That was in his second round. In fact, he did exactly the same distance in the first round as well. Couldn't get close in any of the 4 subsequent jumps, so I had to settle for the bronze.
Silver medalist representing Singapore, Suhairi Suhani.
Suhairi Suhani, 18 years of age, 6.66 he jumped in the third round, so he managed to get the silver medal by the shortest of distances, 1 centimetre ahead of Fadli Amrullah. Absolute delight. Singapore's second medal, second silver.
An 8th ASEAN Para Games champion, rewriting his own Asian record, Abdul Latif Romli.
But this fellow was a class apart. 7.43 the winning jump. Also had a 7.39, a 7.35 and a 7.22. 4 jumps over 7 meters. That's pretty much world-class jumping for this category of athlete, F20. Just checking that it's pure gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national
Once again,
of Malaysia.
the Malaysian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your 8th ASEAN Para Games medalists.
Well, how much the young Singaporean will have learnt from rubbing shoulders with Abdul Latif Romli. Congratulations to Suhairi Suhani. He's got a lot of years of jumping ahead of him for his country, and he's really learning from one of the best there, competing alongside Abdul Latif Romli. Look at this. This is world-class long jumping. That is truly magnificent. 7 metres 43, 50 centimetres beyond the games record, and extending his own Asian record by 8 centimetres. Well, and all of the team want to get a look at him. Absolute pin-up boy of the Malaysian athletics team, and why not? A tremendous performer.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the men's shot put at 56.57. In second place, from Vietnam, Chow Ngọc Hang. In third place, rather. In second place, Indonesia's Alan Sastra. And in first place, Thailand's Satchai Imbanchana.
So confirmation that the next thing on the track will be the victory ceremony for the men's 200 metres in the T11 category. That race, of course, went earlier this afternoon. After that victory ceremony, it'll be back to the live action, and then back again to the victory ceremonies for the other 200 metres that we saw earlier this afternoon. It's a packed schedule all afternoon. Sit back and enjoy it.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the victory ceremony for the men's 200 meters team level. Please welcome your medalists. Medals will be presented by Dr. Ang Ken Koo, Chef Mission, Malaysia.
Well, we've had a splendid afternoon's entertainment with the 200-metre finals. This was the first of them, and this didn't disappoint in the slightest.
From Thailand, Kitsana Jorchoi.
Kitsana Jorchoi, the games record holder with 24.00, but this time around had to settle for the bronze medal. To go with the silver he took in the 100 metres. Getting towards the twilight of a magnificent career. 35 years of age now. Perhaps his final Para Games, who knows?
Silver medalist, representing Indonesia, Sunoto.
Sunoto of Indonesia. Exactly the same time as Kitsana Jorchoi, 24.47, but the photo finish showed that he just got his torso across the line, fractionally ahead of the tie to take silver medal. It's his second silver, and he got a bronze in the 100 metres as well. Silver in 400, silver in 200, bronze in 100.
Gold medalist, 8th ASEAN Para Games champion, and a time of 23.74 seconds and a new games record, Superchai Songpinit.
Well, it may have been very close for silver and bronze, but there was no disguising who was the best athlete in the race. Superchai Songpinit, 23.74, knocking 0.26 seconds off the games record. His second gold medal, his second games record of this 8th Para Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your 8th ASEAN Para Games medalists.
Superchai Songpinit, gold medal in the 200 metres, gold medal in the 400 metres. He took the bronze in the 800 metres, but we haven't seen the last of him. Tomorrow he'll be in the relay race for the Thais, what will be a very strong 4x100 metre team. Didn't have the best of draws on the inside. It's a bit tight there, but comes round a little bit wide, and by this stage he'd opened a gap, and that gap just got bigger and bigger. Sunoto chased him down effectively, just couldn't quite get within, 4 or 5 metres of him. It's a terrific race for silver, but marvellous performance from Superchai Songpinit to take the gold.
And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're very lucky to have silver medalist from Singapore, so Hari Sahani, ready to have a chat with Calvin Collins.
So the next event on the track
You,
will be the
Ravi.
men's
Right here
200
we have the
metres
silver
in the
medalist of this
T37
morning's
category.
men's long jump F20 finals, and he came in from new personal best of 6.66 meters. So Hari, how do you feel?
T37 is for athletes with a moderate impairment down one side. They have to compensate for asymmetry in the start, stride, and overall power distribution.
What's your plans after the ASEAN Para Games? I go back and do training, work hard, and...
Well, we've got 8 competitors going in this. I think we're not using lane 1. Lane 2, Huynh Hu Tin from Vietnam. Lane 3, Mohamed Khairi Ismail from Malaysia in lane 3. Le Van Man, who goes in lane 4, the Vietnamese, he'll be the favourite. Sewang Sakphet from Thailand in lane 5. Jacklon Ganding from Malaysia in lane 6. Chairat Taon from Thailand lane 7. Jaffa Wako from Indonesia lane 8. And Singapore's very own Lionel Teo will be running in lane 9. There are 8 competitors. They're not using lane 1, the tight lane. They will be using lanes 2 to 9. Here we just saw Sewang Sakphet. He ran 26.94 in the heats this morning, and he knows he'll need to go quicker than that if he wants to take gold.
In lane 2, number 352 from Vietnam, Nguyen Hu Tin.
Huynh Hu Tin ran 28.74 this morning in the heats.
Number 215 from Malaysia, Ismail Mohamed Khairi.
Mohamed Khairi Ismail.
In lane 4, number 351, representing Vietnam, Le Van Man.
Well, this is the favourite. He just jogged round this morning. All he needed to do was qualify and still ran the fastest time.
From Thailand, Sakphet Sewang.
Sakphet Sewang, the Thai second fastest qualifier this morning.
In lane 6, number 214, from Malaysia, Jacklon Ganding.
Jacklon Ganding, the third fastest qualifier, 27.13, but he looked as if he was going flat out.
309 from Thailand, Chairat Taon.
Chairat Taon, he ran 27.45, finished second to Jacklon Ganding in the heats.
Competitor number 164, representing Indonesia, Jafar Wako.
Ran 27.85 this morning. Not really in with a chance of getting among the medals.
Lane 9, number 269. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Singapore, Lionel Teo.
Lionel Teo ran 27.86 this morning. Makes him the 6th fastest qualifier, but it's all about experience for Lionel Teo. Just 16 years of age and up against some quality athletes. Look out for Le Van Man in lane 4, Sakphet Sewang in lane 5, and Jacklon Ganding in lane 6. I think those are likely to be the 3 medalists. And Le Van Man, already gold medalist in the 100 and 400. Doesn't use a crouch start. That's the Vietnamese with the orange shorts. Not the best starter, but once he gets going, he's like the wind. That's a full start, and the full start is from Le Van Man. I'm pretty sure the Vietnamese was responsible for the full start. Now this could be drama indeed. Well, full starting when you've got a standing start is extraordinary. This could be really dramatic. Let's take a look at that. There he is with the orange shorts. He definitely goes early. Other competitors went pretty much at the same time. Mohamed Khairi Ismail inside him. Now, is the red card going to come out? I have to say, I hope not. Le Van Man of Vietnam, gold medalist in the 100, gold medalist in the 400. responsible for a false start in the final of the 200. These are tense moments. Well, the starter, they're just talking about what's happening. I think technically we should be looking at a red card. I'm hoping that Le Van Man isn't red carded out. Somebody on the outside also went a little bit early, but for my money it was Le Van Man who was the first one to move. Oh no, here's the red card. Everybody hoping it's not for them, and it is. It's Le Van Man. He's out. The favourite is out of the competition. Those are the rules. Well, that's heartbreak for the Vietnamese sprinter. And what a forlorn figure. Those are the rules of athletics. We've seen it happen to the very best. Who can forget Usain Bolt being red carded for a false start? So that changes the dynamic completely. Sakphet Sewang now the favourite. Jacqueline Ganding will be thinking, I could get silver, maybe even gold here. That's a terrible thing to witness in any athletics event. Somebody not even given the chance to show what they're made of. But those are the rules. They have to be applied. They were applied correctly. Final of the men's 200 metres, T37. Well, and this time that was the starter himself telling them to stand up. Of course, for a lot of these athletes, they're not very well balanced when they're on your marks, or particularly the set position. And what's supposed to happen is the starter is supposed to wait for everyone to be absolutely steady. But a lot of these guys, it's a somewhat tentative position. Well, this time nobody's being disqualified. That must be one of the worst feelings in the world for Le Van Man. Difficult to imagine just how disappointed he will be. But it's track athletics, it's the way it goes. We can't change the rules. They have to be applied properly. That's Mohamed Khairi Ismail in lane 3. Lionel Teo nearest to the camera from Singapore. See, he's quite unsteady there. He's not using blocks. But they're away this time. And Jacqueline Ganding has got away to a really good start. Jacqueline Ganding and Sakphet Sewang. Sakphet Sewang coming back at the youngster, but Jacqueline Ganding is in the lead as we come into the home straight. Now what's he got left? Oh, we're looking at Sakphet Sewang. He's too strong, and is Jacqueline Ganding going to miss out on the silver as well? Sakphet Sewang gets the gold. Jacqueline Ganding settles for silver, and outside Chairak Taeon takes the bronze. Well, the 1, 2, 3 came from lanes 5, 6, 7. You can't help thinking that if lane 4 had been involved, it might have all been different. Good time from Sakphet Sewang, ran 26.67, but Le Van Man is capable of much quicker than that. It's a good run from the Thai. And Jacqueline Ganding did very well to hang on. It looked like he might lose out on the silver, but Chairak Taeon just unable to get up on the line. So gold for Thailand, silver for Malaysia, bronze for Thailand, heartbreak for Vietnam. And still they come, the 200 metres finals. And this is the last of them for this afternoon, the T53 final. So we're looking at a wheelchair race. So the next event on the track will be the T53 final. These guys went this morning in 2 heats. Here's the categorisation.
T53 is for wheelchair track athletes who have a high degree of impairment affecting the mid-trunk and legs. Some also have low level of impairment affecting the arms. These athletes generate power solely from the arms and shoulders.
So here are the competitors. Krungket Pichet, or Pichet Krungket I should say, from Thailand. Tura Kyor Achor from Myanmar. Ek Nansamot from Cambodia. William Tan from Singapore, I think he's the oldest male track competitor. Punchun from Cambodia, and Luc Tuong Hoa from Vietnam on the outside. These guys didn't actually have a heats this morning. It was decided that it would be possible to accommodate all 6 of the competitors in the final, and so the heats were cancelled and they go straight to the final this afternoon. Now, Pichet Krungket of Thailand is the games record holder in 26.87. It's confirmed on your screen there. That is the record holder, Pichet Krungket. 40 years of age now, but age not such a big problem for the wheelchair athletes. We've seen quite a few in the veteran category. Ray Chor from Myanmar, he's 34 as well. Ek Nansamot, 33. William Tan, well, of course, he's 58. And for William Tan, these short distance races are a bit of fun. He enjoys being involved, but he's all about super marathoning, really. Endurance events are very much his forte. Chunpun of Cambodia and Luc Tuong Hoa. Well, there's confirmation of the race that we've just seen. And sadly, Lionel To is disqualified. That must have been for running inside the lane. And equally sad was the disqualification of Le Van Man. Disappointment for the Vietnamese, but delight for the Thais, gold and bronze. And young Jacqueline Ganding, 16 years of age, picks up a silver medal.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, hope you're having a good time here in the National Stadium at the 8th ASEAN Para Games. We're waiting for the next event on the track to start.
The surprise in this event is that Peo Pongsakorn isn't taking part. Pichet Krungket took silver in the 100, silver in the 800, and will be red-hot favourite for the gold here.
Hope everyone's doing good. Whole bunch of people over there. We got some Singaporean fans, is that the people who are waiting? We got some of the Malaysian contingent.
Not sure that there's anybody in this field that can give Pichet Krungket much of a run for the money.
Yes, we do see you, ma'am.
Chunpun of Cambodia might be second favourite in this race.
With their mother and daughter combo, waving the Singapore flag and their hand. Great to see you. Oh, wait.
The Malaysian contingent continue to celebrate what's been an outstanding games for them. Well, there is Singapore's very own William Tan.
Another big group. Some volunteers waving, some fans waving, everybody's waving.
Suffered from polio as a very small child and battled with cancer a few years ago. Really an extraordinary career.
Family-friendly entertainment on offer. And you can see on the screen as well the hashtag APG 2015. If you take pictures and put it on social media, don't forget to add the hashtag. And look at that kid in the back just jumping up and down. Great to see he's in good spirits in spite of the weather. Hi guys, how's it going? How about the two people behind? Do they even know they're on screen yet? Back with that group. That kid in the back, he's awesome. Look at him, he's full of energy.
Well, the athletes just trying to stay relaxed. All they want to do is get on with the race. So much build up, and it's all over in less than 30 seconds.
Yes, you're on screen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set now. Men's 200 meters final for T53. Let's meet the finalists. In lane 2, number 322. He is the record holder with a time of 26.87 seconds. In fact, he has the fastest time in Asia this year. From Thailand, ladies and gentlemen, Krungit Pichet.
Hot favourite for this race, silver medalist twice over already.
244, representing Myanmar, Turacho.
8th in the 100 metres, outsider for this race.
In lane 4, number 130, from Cambodia, Ek Nansamoth.
Ek Nansamot, 6th in the 100 metres.
In lane 5, number 272, representing Singapore, William Tan.
Surely one of the great Singaporeans.
In lane 6, number 132, from Cambodia, Chun Phun.
Don't think his eyes will be set on the gold, but he must fancy his chances of the silver.
Number 364, from Vietnam, Loc Tuong Hoa.
Look, Tuong Hoa already taken part in the 100, 400 and 800 metres races.
200 metres, T53.
So after all the hanging around is over, we're about to get started. Of course, manoeuvring the chair round the curve, not the easiest. The outside lanes are definitely an advantage. So Krungit Pichet, not really in the favoured lane, but he's the favoured athlete. And Krunket Pichek does get a very good start. He's already ahead of the field. On the outside, Chun Pun going quite well, but the favourite, Krunket Pichek, oh, he's miles away. Chun Pun coming through in second place, but look at the Thai go. This is magnificent racing. Krunket Pichek going to win this race by some 25-30 metres. Can he break his own record? No, he's outside of that. Chun Pun coming in second, and Luc Tuong Hoa of Vietnam taking third, and William Tan at the age of 58 finishes fourth. Well, I think that was probably the easiest race to predict that we've had all day, possibly all week. One truly outstanding athlete, Krunket Pichek, and well, he's just miles away from the rest of the field. Let's hope nobody's gone through on the inside of their lane. We have had some problems with the wheelchair athletes with disqualifications. A good race from Chun Pun to take the silver. Luc Tuong Hoa will be pleased with the bronze, and look at William Tan coming through in fourth, just in front of Ek Nansworth Nansamok and Tu Ray Chaw of Myanmar trailing in sixth. So after the live action, we go back to victory celebrations. We've got several of them just now. This was the T45-46 race that we watched earlier this afternoon. We'll do T46 followed by T47, T12.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your medalists. Medals will be presented by Dr. Prasith Bodhisan, Chef de Mission, Lao. Bronze medalist, representing Vietnam, Mai An Min.
Time of 24:59, bronze medal for Mai An Min.
Silver medalist, representing Malaysia, Ahmad Solihim Muhammad Noor.
Ahmad Solihim, silver medal, 23.93. So he has a brace of silver medals now. Took the silver in the 100. Now he's got the silver in the 200 as well.
gold medalist and 8th ASEAN Para Games champion, representing Vietnam, Phang Dinh Thuy.
So gold medal for an outstanding athlete, Phang Dinh Thuy. That's to add to the gold medal he won in the 100 metres, and the silver that he took in the 400 metres. Becomes another of the triple medal winners in these Para Games 2015. 23.72, an excellent time, an excellent run, and a fine competitor. We'll be seeing him tomorrow in the relay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists for the men's 200 meters T46.
Well, all four of the 200-metre races early this afternoon were outstanding, and this one didn't disappoint at all. Phang Dinh Thuy of Vietnam, congratulations, young man. 3 medals in the games, 2 gold, 1 silver. Well, this was him striding across the line, and well, he's tall, he's powerful, he's got a good stride length. There's a little dip at the line, and that's an outstanding run, and he's delighted to see his fellow Vietnamese teammate take the bronze medal.
And ladies and gentlemen, coming up later on the track, we have 400-meter events to be fought for. And the tennis ball was a little bit about 400 meters. Different look for style.
Thanks, Jeremy. So we have 3 400-meter finals coming up, and I'm here to tell you more about the 400-meter race. The 400 meters, some would say, is the toughest sprint in track and field. And the reason why is that, unlike all the other sprints where you just go out the blocks as fast as possible and then try to make it to the end, this one is not just about lasting, but it's about surviving that last 100 meters.
Well, this is confirmation of that T12 final. This was Muhammad Ali Hanafia, 23.32, a new games record. Well, we've seen such good athletics this afternoon. Shortly we'll be getting the victory ceremony for the T47 category, where of course Martin Losu picked up his 2nd gold of these games. And of course all of these athletes we're seeing this afternoon will be taking part in the relay races tomorrow. The last morning of the track and field, and of course the relay, always a highlight of any athletics event, but in the circumstances it's particularly difficult for many of these athletes. So looking forward to the relay races tomorrow morning for our final session of track and field after what's been an extremely busy week. Here come the T47 athletes. 2 Indonesians,
Ladies and gentlemen, please
one from the
welcome your
Philippines.
medalists. Medals will be presented by Dr. Praset Bolisan, Chef de Mission, Lao. Bronze medalist representing Indonesia, Ahmad Zain.
Well, Ahmad Zain, it's his first medal in this track and field meet. We've seen him on a number of occasions, but this time came home with the bronze. So, bronze for Ahmad Zain. There's a happy young man.
Silver medalist from the Philippines, Dino Arman.
So Dino Arman from the Philippines, silver in the 200 meters, and that goes with the 2 bronzes he's taken in the 100 and the 400. So the colours moved up 1 level. No wonder he's got the big smile on his face. 23.83. It was a good scrap between Dino Arman and Ahmad Zain for the silver and bronze.
Gold medalist.
Never in much doubt who was going to take the gold though.
From Indonesia, Martin Losu.
Martin Losu, 22.98 seconds. A blistering run. Won the race by almost a complete second. A second is about 8 to 9 meters. So it's a handsome victory in a 200 meters race. That goes with the gold he took in the 400 and the silver he took in the 100 meters. So once again, the Indonesian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your 8th ASEAN Para Game medalists.
Well, we've all become very familiar with the Indonesian national anthem. We've heard it so many times at the National Stadium. They've had a super track and field meet. And Martin Losu, another of their great track athletes, never really looked in any doubt that he would win this race. By the time he hits the home straight, he's got a lead of 3-4 meters, and he's still going away. Very, very comfortable win in the end. The other runners flailing around, beginning to lose their rhythm, but look at the discipline there, running right through the line. And you can see what a good 400-metre runner he is as well. He was delighted with his time, 22.98 that was rounded up to. In fact, all three medalists ran inside the game's record. Just goes to show what a quality race that was, but out in front it was Martin Lossu. Well, this is confirmation of the wheelchair race that we've just seen, with Pichek Krungket of Thailand 27.56, Pun Chun from Cambodia 29.75, and Luc Tuong Hoa of Vietnam 30.34, and William Tan of Singapore, 58 years young and finishing in 4th in the 200 metres. So we've got one more victory ceremony coming up before we get back to some live action, and that's the excellent T12 final, where of course more games records were broken.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the men's 200 meters T12. Please welcome the medalists.
Possibly the best final of the afternoon so far. Could be. All three inside the previous game's record. Once again, Malaysia picking up both gold and silver.
Bronze medalist representing Thailand, Somdek Chaya.
So Somdek Chaya, 23.50. It's his first medal in these games, so he'll be delighted to have gotten off the mark. He'll be hoping for something in the relay race tomorrow. He's scheduled for the 4x100 metres. 23.50, inside the old games record, only good enough for bronze.
Silver medalist representing Malaysia, Muhammad Faisal Aidil Suhaimi.
So Mohammed Faisal Aidil taking silver in 23.47. That's to go with the gold that he took in the 100 metres. So silver to go with his gold, but this time around he had to give second best to his teammate.
Champion in a games record of 23.32 seconds from Malaysia, Muhammad Ali Hanafia.
Here we are, Muhammad Ali Hanafia, just 21 years of age. Gold in the 200 metres, silver in the long jump, bronze in the 100 metres. He's got the full set of medals from the 8th Para Games. And of course, he will be in the relay race tomorrow. .23.32, a blisteringly quick time. Once again, the Malaysian national anthem.
Congratulations to our medal winners and their guides.
Once again, great success for the Malaysian contingent. Gold and silver, Thailand settling for the bronze. Muhammad Ali Hanafia got a great future ahead of him. 21 years of age, got his best running ahead of him. There he is with a little top knot hairstyle and absolutely blasted round the curve. As he comes off the curve, he's got a yard on the other two competitors inside of him. What a race this was. At this stage it was anybody's, but he keeps his form better. Look, both of the athletes outside are rocking and rolling a lot more. Muhammad Ali Hanafia, look how relaxed he looks. Taking gold for Malaysia. A wonderful run and an afternoon of great track and field athletics. And our attention will now shift over to the ladies. We're looking at the 400 metres races. They're due to start at 5 o'clock, so we're just about ready. The first of the races will be the T11 category.
T11 is for track athletes with a near total visual impairment. Some can make out an object at 25 centimetres, but all compete in blacked out glasses with a sighted guide.
Well, some familiar faces here. Quinn Thi Trung from Vietnam. We saw her run in the 100 metres. She actually finished 4th. But the big name is Kewalin Wanarumon from Thailand. She won the gold in the 100 metres and the gold in the 200 metres. Marta Tambunan from Indonesia in lane 5. And the competitor we're looking at the moment is the Quinn Thi Trung, who's going to run on the inside. There we are, Kewalin Wanarumon. Wasn't it Hello Kitty the other day that she had on? I'm pretty sure she had Hello Kitty blindfold on. This one is a little bit scarier. So we've got Vietnamese on the inside, Thai in lane 3, Indonesian Marta Tambunan in lane 5, and another Vietnamese competitor on the outside. Quinn Thi Trung,
in lane 3,
just 16 years of age.
number 276, She's the second fastest in Asia this year. From Thailand, Kawalin Wanarumon.
Kawalin Wanarumon from Thailand.
In lane
Absolute
5,
certainty for the gold here.
number 137. Representing Indonesia, Mata Tambunan.
Mata Tambunan, she is sitting down at the moment. The height difference isn't quite as extreme as it seemed there.
7, ladies and gentlemen, number 330 from Vietnam, Nguyen Thi Nan.
Nguyen Thi Nan from Vietnam. We've already seen her. Took silver in the long jump. Took bronze in the 200 metres. So I think she must be favourite for the silver here. But I think they're all going to be trailing in behind Kawalin Wanarumon. It's just a question of how quick a time she can set. Women's 400 metres, T11 final. Well, out in lane 3, Kawalin has blistered away and she's already overtaken both of the athletes on the outside. On the inside, Huyen Thi Trung, I think, is clearly injured. She's just jogging round. Kawalin has got no competition here. This is just a training run. She's definitely going to win the gold medal and she's going to win it by a country mile. It's a shame there's no one to push her a bit harder. Mata Tambunan is currently lying second, but a long, long way back. So here comes the Thai, Kawalin Wanarumon. She's coming off the curve, entering the home straight. Well, this is just a victory parade, really. Comfortable win. So there's no need to really go too hard. There she is, she's going to be the wrong side of 60 seconds. Gets round in 62, 63.12. Well, that claims to be an Asian record, but there's a mistake there. 63.12, and on the outside, Huyen Thi Nan, who came with a good run late in the piece. Well, new games record. In fact, it's smashed the old games record, which was 67.09. The Asian record is 56.68, so no question she hasn't broken that. And to be honest, this was never a race. After 60 metres, it was all over. She can do better than this. Keeping the nice high knee lift, but the arms not really working as hard as they ought to. Very upright style. And she just comes through the line very comfortably. Gold medal. She's pleased with the gold medal, so's her guide, but it would have been good to have seen more of a competitive race, to be honest. I can only assume that Huyen Thi Trung, the Vietnamese girl on the inside lane, was carrying some kind of injury, because she never made any attempt to go quickly. Just jogging from the blocks and jogged all the way round. The other Vietnamese, Huyen Thi Nan, takes another silver medal, brings her haul to 2 silvers and 1 bronze. And then that takes us on to the next of the women's 400 metres final. That's the T12 category.
T12 is for athletes with a visual impairment. Their vision is constricted to a radius of less than 5 degrees and or the ability to recognise a moving object at a distance of 1 metre.
So we just have 3 competitors going in this. Supani Prawat from Thailand is going in lane 3. She took the bronze in the 100 metres. Outside of her, Inang Sari Sitorus of Indonesia. She took the gold in that 100 metres. And on the outside, Quinn Nok Quinn Tram from Vietnam, who's just 20 years of age. So I think the favourite will be in lane 5, the Indonesian. Here we have Supani Prawat from Thailand. Took the bronze in the 100. Fancy that this longer distance, this longer sprint might suit her rather well. She's very leggy. She uses that stride to good effect. So just 3 competitors going in this 400 metres, the T12. This will be followed by the T54 category, 400 metres. And this is the antepenultimate race of the day. That means there's 2 more to go. Now, this really is a very good athlete, Anang Sari Sitorus. Really is very impressive. Having said that the longer distance might suit Supani Prawat, I do think it might well suit Anang Sari Sitorus as well. Both quite tall girls, particularly by Asian standards. Quinn Nok Quinn Tram, she's going with a guide. Anang Sari Sitorus is going with a guide. I think Supani Prawat is going to run without the guide. And I think generally we feel that's a bit of an advantage. If they can go without the guide, they don't get any of the interference that can happen with the guide alongside. Just hope she has enough vision to make sure that she stays inside her lane. We don't want any more disqualifications. If you look at the girls here, you can see that sprinters come in very different physical shapes. Supani Prawat, obviously she's been working on the legs, building up in the weights room, but she's a fairly lean figure. And the runner on outside of her, Anang Sari Sitorus, much more powerfully built. assuming that this is going to be a race between lanes 3 and 5, without being disrespectful to Quinn Nok Quinn Tram. The Vietnamese girls have gone very well in this competition, but I rather suspect that the two runners on the inside have got a bit too much for her. She looks much less of a toned athlete than both Supani Prawat and Inangsari Sitoris, so I fancy that Huynh might be trailing in quite a long way back in third place. If you've not actually been with us previously, I might ask, where were you? But you may not be familiar with the -1 regulation. In a situation like this where there's only 3 competitors, they only give 2 medals.
Supani Prawat.
Brian Richmond introducing the runners to the stadium. Supani Prawat of Thailand, 24 years of age.
In lane 5, number 138. From Indonesia, Sitoris Inangsari.
Inangsari Sitoris of Indonesia, she's 23 years of age.
And in lane 7, number 334, representing Vietnam, Nguyen Ngoc Kyun Tram.
Huynh Nok Tran. I think she might be out of her depth in this company.
These are your finalists, ladies and gentlemen, for the women's 400 meters for T12.
Women's 400 metres, T12 final. Supani Prawat of Thailand in lane 3. Sitoris Inangsari of Indonesia, lane 5. Huynh Nok Quinn Tram of Vietnam, lane 7. Well, and Sitoris has got off to a good start, but into her running is Supani Prawat. And at the moment, Huynh Nok Quinn Tram not being overtaken too easily. Now she's slowing down a bit, and the two big name runners on the inside are beginning to run away from the field. Now it's difficult to judge on the stagger. I think Supani Prawat has probably just about got into the lead at the moment, but she's beginning to slow down, I think. Supani Prawat of Thailand, slightly ahead of Sitoris Inangsari. Now, what have these two got left in the final sprint? They're dead level now. They're coming off the curve. It's dead level. Supani Prawat, Sitoris Inangsari. Sitoris Inangsari coming strong. I think she's pulling away. The Indonesian's going to take gold. Supani Prawat's given it her best shot. She'll have to settle for silver. And Sitoris Inangsari takes gold, almost walking across the line. Second place, Supani Prawat. And a good run from Huynh Nok Quinn Tram and Vietnam to take third. Well, Sitoris Inangsari not making the mistake of going out too hard too soon. Kept a bit in the tank. I don't really think this 400 quite suits her. She's probably a little bit too powerfully built for the 400 metres. By the end she was struggling a bit and just about gets over the line. Inside her, Supani Prawat was running in glue for the last 30 metres. Huynh Nok Quinn Tram had a good run, finishing a reasonably close third. So we have one more 400 metres final to go, T53-54. That's coming up shortly, and we will give you some information on the classification of T54.
T54 is for wheelchair track athletes who have full function in their body with moderate or high level impairment affecting the legs or the loss of limbs. All generate power through the full range of body and arm movement. The legs play no part in racing.
So from Thailand we have Sekretop Pranaya going in lane 2. We have Prudencia Panaligan going for her 3rd gold medal in lane 3. Quinty Xuanan from Vietnam in lane 4. Tapat Chatyotsikon from Thailand in lane 5. And Ruth Opena from the Philippines, well, she's going in lane 6. But certainly the darling of Philippines wheelchair racing, for the females at least, is Prudencia Panaligan. This is the Thai, Tapat Chatyotsikon, and she came 4th in the 100 metres.
We will see the women's 400 meters for T53.
The race is likely to be between lanes 3 and 4, but Prudencia Panaligan, gold in the 100, gold in the 200. Can she make it a triple gold? This is the result of the T11 final. New games record come from Kewalin Wanarumon, 63.17. And for me, she wasn't even really pushing herself that hard. She needed someone else to race against. But a nice easy run for her, a good win for Kewalin. Kewalin becomes another of the triple gold medalists. Enang Sari Sitoris winning that excellent race just now, 64.59. Supani Prawat, 65.61, pushed her hard for at least 300 metres, but just couldn't sustain it at the finish. And Quinn Tram actually came good, quite well at the end, and was closing the gap. Now our attention moves though to the wheelchair racers. Well, 2 golds to her name already. She's looking pretty serious. The Philippines having taken 4 golds, men's and women's 100, men's and women's 200, and her compatriot Gerald Pete Mangliwan was complimenting the Singapore government, sorry, the Philippines government, on the generous payout that they make for ASEAN Para Games gold, worth 150,000 pesos, which is 4,500 Singapore dollars. So they've already pocketed 9,000 Sing dollars. And if Prudencia can come home with the gold here, make that 13,500. But this young lady will be doing her very best to stop her.
For the women's 400 meters final,
Quinty Xuanan.
53.54. In lane 2, number 288, from Thailand, Sekretop Pranaya.
4th in the 200 metres.
In lane 3, number 248, representing the Philippines, Prudencia Panaligan.
Prudencia, gold medal in the 100, gold medal in 200.
In lane 4, number 342, from Vietnam, Nguyen Thi Xuan An.
43 years of age, Still good enough to take the silver in the 100 and the silver in the 200.
In lane 5, from Thailand, number 289, Pat Chatyosakon.
Fourth in the 100
And
meters.
finally, in lane 6, number 246, from the Philippines, Ruth Opina.
Fifth in the 200 meters. So surely the race will be between lanes 3 and 4, as it was in the 100, as it was in the 200. Competitors have to be very careful not to go inside their lane or out of their lane on the inside on the two curves. Careful start, and quickly off is Prudencia Panaligan, and she's already making up ground on Huynh on the outside of her. And the Philippine girl is going very well at the moment, and she's already taken a lead. On the outside, Tapat Chatyotsakorn is going well, as is Ruth Opina. But it's no doubt Prudencia Panaligan is in the lead. Now, can Huynh come back at her? She's a doughty competitor, the Vietnamese, vastly experienced. With the way the stagger works, it's difficult to see who's in second place, but no question Prudencia Panaligan in first. And on the outside, Tapat Chatyotsakorn is having a good run. And in fact, she's in the lead. Tapat Chatyotsakorn is coming away. And I don't think it's going to be a triple gold. And in fact, on the inside, we've got Sekretot Pranaya coming through as well. It could be a 1-2 for Thailand. Tapat Chatyotsakorn takes gold. Sekretot Pranaya takes silver. And Prudencia Panaligan went out early and perhaps too quickly and burnt out at the finish. Well, what a remarkable race. Prudencia Panaligan went away so hard, but by this stage it was Tapat Chatyotsakorn who was going so well, and Prudencia in lane 3 was really struggling, and everybody was coming past her. Well, just about held on for third place, but the race not going as anticipated. The two sprinters were run out of it by the endurance athletes, and it was Pat Chatyotsakorn from Thailand taking gold. Well, Prudencia Panaligan had to settle for bronze this time, and rather the same as with able-bodied athletes, if you can do the 100 and the 200, there seems to be no good reason to run all the way around the track, and these wheelchair athletes in many cases feel exactly the same. Different look of the successful athletes from those who've been disappointed. There she is, Pat Chatyotsakorn. Superb in the second half of the race to take the gold medal. So that concludes the women's 400 metres for this afternoon. It will be back with victory ceremonies next. And then the final race of the day, the men's 1500 metres in the T12 category.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for an update of what's been happening right here in the National Stadium for the afternoon's program of the running competition, we'd like to hand you back to our presenters on the field, Ibna and Kelvin.
Thanks, Brian. What an amazing three finals in 400 meters. What really blew me away was just the coordination that the guy and the athlete had towards the end, at the end of the last 100 meters of 400 meters. That was when all the leg stress was building up, and to be able to coordinate that precise actions was just amazing. 1,500 is coming up, and Kelvin is going to share with us some thoughts.
Thanks, Linda. So when I was actually researching on the 1,500 meters or the 1,500 meter race, it's actually quite an interesting race because it's the most hectic field and you have to have a very good strategy, and especially a lot of runners will run at a good pace so that they can last throughout the whole 3 laps. And towards the last 100 meters, they will start to do a sprint finish and jumping the positions, and also some shoulder nuts is actually acceptable. So we might see some shoulder nuts and stuff later on. And yeah, we'll be really excited for the last event of day 5 of athletics for the 1,500 meters men T12.
Thank you very much, guys. Great insight, and I'm sorry.
Alright.
Alright, guys,
So
so
when you see yourself down screen, you can able to share some and give the person beside you a big hug to share some love.
you yell over yourself, show yourself some love in a class like this. Alright, so over to you guys. If you see yourself in this class right now, just send some love.
Let's give another big hug. Come on, big give another big hug.
You can be friendlier than that. Come on, one more time.
So the disqualification yesterday of Erin Sabanda was quite controversial. He ran a magnificent leg, but it was on the top curve where he came inside the lane. You can see at that stage that he's come just inside the lane. And if you do that in the straight, you will normally be exonerated. But if you come inside, and you can see there he's definitely, even the right foot is just on the wrong side of the lane. That foot there, he's got some of his shoe the wrong side of the lane. He's running on the inside, and that's an advantage. There again, that right foot. What a shame. It was a magnificent run from him. And there's no question if he'd stayed in his lane, he would have won the race anyway. But he didn't, and those are the rules. And so he was, I'm afraid he was disqualified. So the victory ceremony for the men's 400 metres, T45-46 coming up next.
And we got lots of love there. Coming up next is the victory ceremony. Thanks, Ravi, for that.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 400 meters, T45 and 46.
Well, of course, disappointment
welcome your
for
medalist.
Erin Sabanda of Indonesia, but delight for Bong Hong from Cambodia,
Medals will be presented
because he was
by
promoted
His
from
Excellency
silver medal position to the gold medal,
Member, ASEAN Para
winning
Sports
Cambodia's
Federation
first gold
Board
medal
Governors
of the 8th
and
Para
Chef de Mission,
Games
Cambodia.
on the track and field.
Bronze medalist representing the Philippines, Raul Angoluan.
Well, this was a medal that he certainly didn't expect to get. Quite a long way back in third place, or fourth place as he crossed the line. But big smile on his face, he gets the bronze medal. It's not his fault that somebody ran out their lane. Raul Angoluan. In the twilight of his career, 37 years of age now.
Silver medalist representing Vietnam, Phung Dinh Thuy.
Oh, we've seen plenty of this young man. 53.84, very good run.
Gold medalist and 8th ASEAN Para Games champion, representing Cambodia, Bong Hung.
Gold medal for Cambodia, 52.35. He's a fine athlete in his own right. An outstanding run.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Cambodia. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the medalists for the men's 400 meters, T45 and 46.
So congratulations to Bong Hong of Cambodia. That gold medal goes together with the bronze medal that he took in the 100 meters. The gentleman to his right, the left as we look at it, Phung Dinh Thuy, silver medal to add the 2 gold medals that he's won in the 100 and the 200 meters. He's another one who would prefer not to have to run all the way around the track. Managed 53.84, but I think he would tell you that he much prefers running the 100 and 200 meters. First medal for Raul Angoluan of the Philippines. So a little bit of controversy with Erin Sabanda being disqualified for running out of his lane. But no question that the judges got it right. He was running on the inside of his lane. He ran inside his lane and he did it on the curve, so he was gaining an advantage. He hasn't run the full 400 meters, so has to be disqualified. The medal table has changed this afternoon. Thailand, for the first time I think in the track and field since the first day, are now back on top. They've got 25 golds, Malaysia 25, Indonesia 24, Vietnam 15, Philippines 4, Myanmar 3, Brunei 2, Cambodia, that one that we saw just now from Bong Hong. Total medal tally, 71 for Thailand, 59 for Indonesia, 48 for Malaysia and for Vietnam, 23 for Myanmar. Men's 200 metres T53 will be the next of the victory ceremonies. Seems like Katy Perry is establishing herself quickly as one of the great favourites for these events. Of course, Queen's We Are the Champions is the all-time favourite for these occasions, but You're Gonna See Me Roar seems to be an appropriate tagline for an event such as this.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the men's 200 meters T53. Please welcome the medalists. Medals will be presented by His Excellency 8th ASEAN, member ASEAN Para Sports Federation Board of Governors, and Chef de Mission, Cambodia.
So the athletes all in place to collect their medals.
Bronze medalist, representing Vietnam, Luc Tong Ho.
Luc Tong Ho taking the bronze medal in a time of 30.34.
Silver medalist, representing Cambodia, Chun Phuon.
So for both of those athletes, it's their first medal. Even though they've had a hectic schedule, they've appeared in quite a number of the events. This is their first medal. Not something that you would say about the gold medal winner.
Gold medalist and ASEAN Para Games champion from Thailand, Krunget Pichet.
Never much doubt that Krunget Pinchet was going to win the gold medal. Took it in 27.56. That's a gap of 2.19 seconds. That's a huge gap, in excess of 20 metres. So a very comfortable victory for the Thai. That goes together with the two silvers that he took in the 100 and the 800 metres. So another very successful games for a very experienced and very talented athlete. Thailand having a rather better afternoon today. So we look forward to listening once again to the Thai national anthem.
Please rise for the national anthem of Thailand. Presenting your 8th ASEAN Para Games medalists.
So congratulations once again to Krungep Pichet of Thailand. Another gold medal, and finally they find themselves on top of the standings in the track and field. You can see the margin of victory was enormous here. Never any doubt who was going to win the race. And interestingly, William Tan of Singapore finished in 4th position in 32.86. Good effort from William Tan. So that leaves one more of the 200 metres to wrap up. That's the T37 category. Victory ceremony for that. Another race won by the Thais. This one featured Singaporean Lionel To, who unfortunately was disqualified. But the real story was the disqualification of Le Van Man. Perhaps the saddest moment of the afternoon. The Vietnamese false starting and consequently being disqualified. Of course, previously you were allowed one false start, and then if you went again, then you were disqualified. But a number of years ago the regulation was changed because people were gambling on the start, and so you don't get a chance, you don't get a second chance. And the extraordinary thing is that Le Van Man is a really poor starter. He does a standing start. There's no great advantage with him going fractionally early. He just slightly lost his balance, went forward, and the rest, I'm afraid, was dictated by the rule book.
Victory ceremony for the men's 200 meters, T37. Please welcome your medalists. Medals will be presented by Mr. Muhammad Azri Abdul Rahim, Director, ASEAN Parasports Federation. Bronze medalist, representing Thailand, Thayon Chairat.
I think we're going with Chairat Thayon. The Thai 27.23 took the bronze medal, also took the bronze in the 100 metres. And as we said about the previous event, if you break the rules, then you're out. And for the competitors who then move up the rankings, well, it's not their fault. So the bronze medal goes to the Thai Charat
Silver
Tayon.
medalist representing Malaysia, Jacklon Ganding.
Oh, Jacklon Ganding, who'd flattered to deceive a little bit in the 100 metres, did much better in the 200 and came home 27.08 to take the silver medal. This young fella's got a big career ahead of him, still a youngster. Certainly a very talented young man.
Gold medalist and 8th ASEAN Para Games champion from Thailand, Sakpet Sewang.
Sakpet Sewang of Thailand, 26.69, silver in the 100, silver in the 400, but this time he takes the gold. Spare a thought for the man who beat him in those other two races, Le Van Man, probably the saddest man in the stadium at the moment. It's a tough game, track athletics. You have to deal with it.
Please rise for the national anthem.
Once again,
of
the
Thailand.
Thai national anthem.
Presenting your 8th ASEAN Para Games medalists.
So once again, congratulations to Sakpet Sewang. Thai's finally getting a good afternoon on the track. Here we can see when the race finally did get underway, young Jacklon Ganding was going extremely well, but he's only 16 years of age. He doesn't have the strength yet. Slightly ahead at the 100-metre mark, but he's being hauled back by the much more mature, stronger Sakpet Sewang. Managed to hold off the second of the Thais, Charat Tayon, to take silver, and that young man has got a big future ahead of him, Jacklon Ganding. Keep an eye on that name. He can go in many para games over the next decade or so. So the final track event of the day takes us to the 1500 metres. We have finished the last few days with a 1500 metre race. Today it's the T12 category, only two competitors.
T12 is for athletes with a visual impairment. Their vision is constricted to a radius of less than 5 degrees and or the ability to recognise a moving object at a distance of 1 metre.
Well, you can see only two competitors, but if you had to choose two competitors to go in this race, I think it might be these two guys. Huynh Van Binh, who's already shown his mettle over 400 and 800 metres, and Huynh Hoang Minh, who has done likewise. The two went against each other in the 800 metres and took gold and silver, and well, they gave a terrific account of themselves. These are very, very good athletes indeed. It's a two-man field, but it could be an extremely competitive race.
Withdrawn because of an injury. So now we are left with two, and Vietnam is guaranteed of a goal. Number 348 is Nguyen Van Binh. And number 349 is Nguyen Hong Min, both from Vietnam.
So as Brian Richmond quite rightly points out, Vietnam is guaranteed a gold medal, but there will only be one medal awarded. The -1 rule should apply. Now, Huynh Hoang Minh has taken gold in both the 400 metres and the 800 metres. Huynh Van Binh took the bronze in the 400 metres and the silver in the 800 metres. Will it be a third gold for Huynh Hoang Minh? Well, they've not gone off at too bad a pace, it has to be said. Although that's now settled down a little bit. Out in front, Huynh Van Binh and Huynh Hoang Minh just letting him do the work. I think technically you would say that number 349, Huynh Hoang Minh, has the more economical style. He's got that low knee lift, a very economical style of running. The crowd encouraging them on. And Huynh Hoang Minh got a little bit of a lead there, what, maybe 3 metres through the first lap in a reasonable time. That's slowed now. Yeah, it's slowed appreciably. And now they're down to a jogging pace, I'm afraid. And this often does happen in the middle distance events. Neither of them really wants to take it on. In front, Huynh Hoang Minh. Second place, Huynh Van Binh. Not much between them in ages. Hoang Minh is just 22 years of age. Van Binh is 24 years of age. 349. Huynh Hoang Minh, and it's, if anything, it's got it even slower. Just at jogging pace now. So it's going to be the sprint finish that counts. You can see the lap counter there says it's on the 3rd lap, but in fact they haven't completed 2 laps yet. When they get to the curve, at the end of the curve you'll see the curved line, which is the start of the 1500 metres, and they hit that in 2:50 just about. So it's 85 seconds per lap, and to be perfectly honest, there's a lot of people who can jog at that pace. Very pedestrian now, so they've just got to get round to the last lap and see how it goes with the sprint finish. Given that one of the other competitors did drop out, I'm not entirely sure whether the -1 rule will apply. If there were 3 competitors entered for this race, they may award 2 medals, so it may be a gold and silver. Neither of them willing to make a move as we approach the bell. Pace has dropped even further, and they're running at a pace, actually, I can manage to run 1500 metres at this pace. So they're heading round, almost completed 3 laps. with 300 metres to go, we've taken 4:25 to get round 3 laps of the track. It's almost 90 seconds per lap. It's a very, very easy, gentle jog for these guys. So what's going to happen? Building up to the sprint finish, they're picking up now. Huynh Huang Min is the quicker sprinter. I don't actually see how Van Bin can get past him, and it looks like it's going to be 1-2 with Huang Min taking gold. Van Bin is going to give it a go off the curve. Van Bin tries to put on a bit of a sprint. I don't think he's got the pace. He doesn't look as if he thinks he's got the pace. And Huynh Huang Min is going to take the gold. Huynh Van Bin will have to settle for second place, and we will see subsequently whether he gets a silver medal for that. But, well, 5:18, that's a slightly embarrassing time for a 1500 metre race, and neither of the competitors really breathing all that heavily. So a somewhat disappointing end to the track meet for the day, but inevitable in the circumstances. And so that just leaves us with some victory ceremonies to go through. We've got the ladies' 400 metre victories and some of the field events from earlier on. So this was them on the final lap, and a sort of half-hearted effort to go for a sprint. But to be honest, I feel that Van Bin knows that he can't beat Huang Min, and so he just accepted the inevitable, and Huang Min becomes another of the triple gold medal winners. That list is beginning to stretch out.
kalau tak dia tu ah.
Just having a look here at the results of the high jump competitions. Andy Avellana of the Philippines taking the bronze medal with a jump of 1.63 m. Sotan of Myanmar, well, he cleared 1.65, and Ngo Xuan Don from Vietnam cleared 167. So a very close fought high jump competition in the F42-44 category. Victory ceremony for that coming up shortly.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the victory ceremony for the men's high jump F42-44. And here comes the medalist.
Well, I think some of the biggest celebrations today will be for the bronze medalist in this event. There he is with his crutch. That's Andy Avellana, or Andy Ramirez, as he's sometimes known from the Philippines. And we only managed to see it on the small screen, but he hops to the takeoff position.
Goes to Andy Avellana of the Philippines.
Andy Avellana, he puts that crutch down and he hops to the takeoff point and then jumps, and he cleared 1.63 meters. If you can imagine how technically and physically demanding that is. Everyone else using two legs, he's just doing it on one.
By Sotan from Myanmar.
Sotan of Myanmar, he jumped 165, 3 failed attempts at 167. So silver medal.
And the gold medal goes to Ngo Xuan Duan of Vietnam.
So another gold to Vietnam, Ngo Xuan Duan. He cleared 167. So there was a clear margin of victory. Gold at 167, silver at 165, bronze 163. There was a fourth competitor, Dang Tan Dong from Vietnam. Unfortunately, he failed to clear any height, starting at 150.
Please rise for the national anthem of Vietnam. Congratulations to the winners, and to Mr. Muhammad Azri Abdul Rahim. Thank you very much, sir.
So congratulations to the medalist. For Andy Avellana, it's his second bronze medal. He also took one in the long jump. Well, this was the winning jump. Good clearance. You can see if he gets it right, he can go a fair bit higher than 167. But that was enough to win the gold medal for Noor Schwandon. That was one of the two high jump events going on this afternoon. The other one was for the F45, 46 and 47 category. There were only two competitors in that. And it was a fairly comfortable victory for Angkarin Chanabun of Thailand, clearing a height of 192. And Erianto Bakhtiar of Malaysia clearing 155. That was the only clearance that he managed. Angkarin Chanabun, after clearing 192 at the first attempt, failed at 194 and then used his last two attempts at 196 but failed to clear. They'll have their victory ceremony very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's high jump F47.
As you can see, only one competitor coming out to collect a medal. That's Angkarin Chanabun. Once again, the -1 rule applied. There were only two competitors in this competition, the high jump, and so only one medal is awarded.
It gives me great pleasure to call on Mr. Kenneth Green, Chief of Sports Facilities Group of Sport Singapore. Just one winner, ladies and gentlemen, of the gold medal from Thailand, Angkan Chanabun.
So Angkan Chanabun gets his second gold medal of the competition. He also won the javelin gold medal. Shows what a versatile athlete he is. Erianto Bakhtiar, who was the other competitor, actually was the silver medalist in the triple jump and bronze medalist in the long jump. So these guys really do multitask.
Anthem of Thailand.
Once again, the Thai national anthem.
Congratulations to Angkan Chanabun. Mr. Kenneth Reed, thank you so very much.
So a slightly awkward moment for the gold medalist. No one else to join him for the photograph. But let's take nothing away from him. It was a good performance and a very decent height, 1.92 meters. So that brings us on to the women's 400 metres medalists. I think they will be the next for the victory ceremonies.
Everybody's got a price. I wonder how to sleep at night. When the sale comes first and the truth comes second, just stop for a minute and look. Even have a good time. Everybody look to their left. Everybody look to their right. Can you feel that beat? We're paying with love tonight. It's not about the money, money, money. We don't need your money, money, money. We just want to make.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 400 meters T11.
So we have a full complement of medal winners for this T11 400 metres for the women.
Here comes the medalists. And once again, we'd like to call on Mr. Kenneth Hui, Chief of Sports Facilities Group of Sports Singapore, to do us the honors of presenting the medals and the mascots.
So once again, we're going to be hearing the Thai national anthem. Gold medal going to Thailand, silver to Vietnam,
medal, ladies and
bronze to
gentlemen,
Indonesia.
Goes to Mata Tambunan of Indonesia.
So bronze medal to the diminutive figure of Mata Tambunan. 75.89 she ran. Looking very serious about things.
The silver medal goes to Nguyen Thi Nan of Vietnam.
That's her second silver medal. She took one in the long jump previously. So a good silver medal. Time of 73.84. But there was never any doubt who was going to win this race.
Gold medal and ASEAN Para Games champion, ladies and gentlemen, is Kewalin Wanarumon of Thailand.
Kewalin Wanarumon,
He won
21 years of age.
in a record-breaking time of 1 minute 03.12 seconds.
Well, I think I've got that as 63.17 seconds, but I won't argue with Brian about that. And at the time I was calling it, I suggested that she was taking it easy, and she's actually not nearly 4 seconds, or 0.4 of a second off of the record. That's her second gold medal. She's going for another one tomorrow in the 200 metres.
Congratulations to the winners. And a big thank you to Mr. Kenneth Wee.
So Kewalin collecting her second gold medal. She goes in the 200 metres tomorrow and must be red hot favourite for that too. So she should join the list of triple gold medalists. Quinty Trung just jogged off from the start, and this is the gold medal winner. You can see why I was suggesting she wasn't really exhausting herself. She's very upright, just appears to be jogging, but got around the track in very good time, 63.17. Smashed the game's record, and you can't help feeling that with some competition, she could go much quicker than that. Next up will be the T12 women's 400 metres, where we'll see another of the double gold medalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 400 meters for T12.
So once again, the -1 rule applies. There were only 3 competitors in this race, and so only 2 medals are awarded. This time Thailand only getting silver, Indonesia taking the gold.
Chief of Sports Singapore to present the medals and the mascots. Taking silver is Supani Prawat from Thailand.
Supani Prawat of Thailand, well, she knew she had a really tough job on her hands. She ran a very courageous race, 65-61, gave it her best, but she was up against an exceptional athlete in Enang Sari Sitorus. So a silver medal for Suponi Prawat to go with the bronze she took in the 100 meters.
Goes to Sitorus Enang Sari from Indonesia.
She really is an exceptional talent, this young lady. 64.59.
And her time of 1 minute 04.51 seconds is a new Games record.
She took gold in the 100 meters. She's now taken gold in the 400 meters. Tomorrow morning she'll get her chance in the 200, and I wouldn't bet any money against her making it triple gold.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. Congratulations to the winners. And a big thank you to Mr. Kenneth Hui for presenting the prizes.
So congratulations once again to Sitorus Enang Sari. Gold in the 100, gold in the 400. Must be a red-hot favourite for gold in the 200. Physically very, very impressive indeed. It's a lovely relaxed running style. Her guide's a little bit taller than her, but look at them, stride for stride, nice and effortless. Inside, Supani Prawat not running with a guide, and at that stage they were dead level, but it's at this stage that it really counts. And by the time they'd reached the finishing line, there was a good second between the two of them. I don't think Sitorus Enang Sari's future lies in 400. She's going to be more of a 100, and I think the 200 might be her best event. Looking forward to watching her compete in that tomorrow. So among the 400 metres races, the only victory ceremony we haven't had so far is for the women's 400 metres T53-54, the wheelchair race. 2 disqualifications there, so just gold, silver and bronze, and Prudencia Palanligan, gold medalist in the 100 and 200, had to settle for bronze in this one.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 400 meters for T53.54.
Well, Prudencia Panaligan, big smile on her face still, magnanimous in defeat. Doesn't really like the longer distance. Outstanding over 100 and 200. 400, well, she went really well, went out in front, but the others, they just hauled her in the later stages.
And once again, we'd like to call on Mr. Kenneth Hui, Chief of Sports Facilities of Sports Singapore, to present the medals and the mascots to the winners. The bronze medal, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Prudencia Panaligan of the Philippines.
Time of 65.49. So a bronze medal to go with her 2 golds in the 100 and 200.
The silver medal is won by Sekratok Pranaya of Thailand.
Sekratok Pranaya of Thailand, 39 years of age now, 64.15. Silver medal to go with the gold she won in the 800 meters.
And Para Games champion, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Pat Chatyor Sakon of Thailand.
Pat Chatyotsakon of Thailand taking the gold in 63.58
She won
to go with the bronze in 800 meters.
3.72 seconds.
So no question, Thailand having a much better afternoon today. So let's sit back and listen to the Thai national anthem yet again.
Thank you very much indeed. To our winners, we say congratulations. To Mr. Kenneth Hui, thank you once again, sir.
Well, there's no question at all, it's been the best afternoon in the track and field that Thailand have had. They've now moved on to 26 gold medals and first place in the rankings. Well, this was an extraordinary race because Prudencia Panaligan of the Philippines at 250 metres was comfortably in the lead, and then the last 150 metres was absolute agony for her. And the winner, Tapat Chatyotsakon, just kept going, chugging along nicely, judged the race very well. And Sekratok Pranaya coming in with the silver. So at the top of the standings now, you've got Thailand with 26 golds, 28 silver, 20 bronze. Gives them a total of 74 medals altogether. In second place, we have Indonesia, 25 golds, 20 silver, 15 bronze for 60 medals altogether. And Malaysia, 24 gold, 16 silver, 7 bronze for 47 medals. And finally, Thailand being where they felt they ought to have been throughout the track and field meet. And that just leaves us, I think, with one more victory celebration. And that's to take a look at the men's shot put event, the F56-57 event, which which was won by the Vietnamese Nguyen Bì Hao, which follows up on his bronze in the discus. Second place, Sakchai Yimbanchang from Thailand, who threw 990. He'd won the silver in the javelin. And in third place, Alan Sastra of Indonesia, who earlier took gold in the discus and bronze in the javelin. So quite a mixture in the shot put. That will be coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the victory ceremony for the men's shot put, F56, F57. And once again, we'd like to call on the Chief of the Sports Facilities Group of Sports Singapore, Mr. Kenneth Wee, to do us the honors of presenting the medals and the mascots to the winners. The bronze medal, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Alan Sastra of Indonesia.
Our congratulations to Alan Sastra. 967 his best throw. He achieved that in the fourth round. Already comfortably in bronze position with 953 before, but just couldn't get up into silver medal position.
The silver medal is awarded to Sakchai Imbanchang of Thailand.
Sakchai Imbanchang, 9 meters 90. Threw that in the third round. It was by far his best putt. Next best was 965, so if he hadn't managed the 990, he would have had to settle for the bronze.
And the gold medal and Para Games champion, ladies and gentlemen, Nguyen Bì Hao of Vietnam.
So congratulations to Nguyen Bì Hao of Vietnam. 10 meters 21, a handsome victory. 31 centimeters. He had two other throws beyond 10 meters and was a very worthy winner. And the three best throws in the competition.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Big smile on his face. And now we'll hear the Vietnamese national anthem.
Congratulations to the winners, and a big thank you to Mr. Kenneth Wee.
So delight for Vietnam. Nguyen Bì Hao, gold medalist in the shot put. That's to follow up on the bronze in the discus, and he finished fourth in the javelin. Same characters competed for all three of the throwing events, and the medals were shared out among them. Obviously not orchestrated as such, but nobody dominated proceedings. Perhaps Alan Sastra was the most successful with a gold in the discus and a bronze in the javelin. But nice to see the medals being shared around among the wheelchair athletes. So that really brings the curtain down on another very, very eventful day at the National Stadium of Track and Field. There's confirmation of the very last event that we saw, the 1500 metres T12 final. Only 2 competitors, so the rule of -1 will apply. Only the gold will be allocated, and that goes to Win Huang Min. In, to be honest, what was a very tame race. They just jogged round for pretty much 3.5 laps, and there was a little bit of a half-hearted sprint at the finish. I think in view of the fact there's only 1 medal to be given, they've decided to move up the victory ceremony so that we'll accommodate that this evening. So we have one more victory ceremony, the 1500 metres for the T12 category.
Breaking out and we breaking the codes. Similar to the jack who stole to the depths in your wet, so you take explosive, get it out. Send your body to flight. Everybody got a target tonight. Everybody come along for the ride. All you studs and your duds and your ladies is fly. Grip the moment like you're gripping the earth. Feel the weight and you're feeling the girth. Now you get it, now you're feeling your worth. Fitness how you used to make when everything used to hurt. It goes. No time to rest. Just do your best. What you hear is not a test. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you go. Gotta make it on time. Brightest star gonna be the guide. Gotta get you to the other side, to where the butterflies and where the peace resides. The first 5 minutes for the 15 of fame. 5 seconds for you saying my name. I'm deadly sharp shooting the game. Gonna hit you in the soul, execution is aim. Get together and we building a fire. Clear smoke and it's taking us higher. Hands up, everyone is one. If you see yourself making it, you see in the sun. Metropolis on the edge of control. They take our money, but they won't take our soul. Fuck that, ain't gonna do it no more. Won't do what we told and we ain't gonna fold. We go. No time to rest. Just do your best. What you hear is not a test. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you go. 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 Go.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final victory ceremony, and this will be for the men's 1500 meters for T12, T13. And once again, it gives me great pleasure to invite the Chief of Sports Facilities Group of Sports Singapore, Mr. Kenneth Wee, to present the medals and the mascot. The gold medal, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Nguyen Hong Min from Vietnam.
Well, this is his 3rd gold medal. 400 metres, 800 metres, and now 1,500 metres. But a time which, well, I'm sure he can run at least 30 seconds faster than that. 5:18.57. This is a man who can run 800 metres in 2:03.
Congratulations to Nguyen Hong Min of Vietnam, winning the event in a time of 5 minutes, 18.53 seconds. Congratulations. And to Mr. Kenneth Hui, thank you so very much, sir.
Well, this is a little look back at the race, but in the circumstances, two athletes who know each other so well, there was never going to be a race, because whatever happened, it was going to have the same outcome. And inevitably, it was just a bit of a procession, but a third gold medal is not to be sniffed at. And that's the 16th gold medal for the Vietnamese squad.
8th ASEAN Para Games 2015. Till tomorrow then, good night everybody, God bless.
Well, thank you very much, Brian Richmond, and just confirmation there of some other results. Pichai Bunsri of Thailand, well, he won the men's discus handsomely, following up on his success in the shot put, and had to settle for the bronze in the javelin, but he was by far the best competitor in the discus competition. In the women's discus, Daraya Poulos of Malaysia winning by just 38 centimetres from Wamiamato Samidi of Indonesia at 25 metres, and Hang Tran Thi Toi of Vietnam taking the bronze. And so we look back on a day which has seen the Thais come from behind to establish themselves as top of the table now with 26 golds. We've had a total of 101 gold medals allocated already. There's another 10 up for grabs tomorrow, including the final two races, which are the relay races, always very entertaining. So we've got a variety of events. We've got some field, we've got some track again tomorrow, and we've had huge entertainment, none more so from this fella. That is extraordinary. That is one of the sights of the Para Games in ASEAN. Really phenomenal performance in the high jump, winning the bronze medal. Crowd have enjoyed themselves as well. And Singapore getting their second silver medal. Some upsets, Le Van Man being disqualified. That was an awful moment for everybody. But that's the name of the game in athletics. If you break the rules, you have to go out. .400 metres looking a long way for some of the athletes. But it's okay when you get across the line first. Double gold medalist looking for another one tomorrow. So it's been an excellent day on the track today. There's only a morning session tomorrow. We've got 2 shot puts for the men and the men's discus as well. So the big guys are out there again. And then the finals, the 3 200-metre races, T11, T12, T54. The first 2 for the women, and then the men's T54 200 metres. That should be a tremendous race. And then once we've got those three 200 metres out of the way, the men's 400 metres T53, the men's 1500 metres T20. Let's hope that's not a procession. And then the 2 final events, as always, the relay races, T11 to 13 men and T42 to 47. Obviously, quite a lot of the competitors unable to do a relay race, but they're always hugely entertaining and very competitive. So thank you very much for joining us once again. I'm Jamie Reeves. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the 5th day of the 8th Para Games held here in Singapore. See you tomorrow.